Alrighty, and we are back with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Last time, there was a murder in a parking garage. And everybody seems to be of the opinion that the same guy was murdered in two different places. Two murders, same guy, two different places. On reflection, I think it's most likely he was murdered elsewhere, stuffed in the car, and taken to the garage. Anyway, we'll find out. Let's go. Hi, Shifty. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. at Wright & Company Law Offices. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? Victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 o'clock on the 21st. Hello, lightning bugs. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? Prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Oh, yes, the UV light. So, now we're at the prosecutor's office. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. It was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never. No, she says they don't get along. Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just we're both professionals at what we do. I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? I need to unplug this controller. Vibrating. What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. But me, why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. Testing bloodstains for this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You want an extra pair of those things? Okay. To test for blood reactions, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Okay, so obviously there's going to be some here. Enter. I can see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay. Well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood? And the location, too. So, neither of those are consistent with someone who was killed right here. Start with the amount of blood. The perpetrating Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, Look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright? I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid. Received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah! It feels like we're really investigating crime now, doesn't it? What were we doing before? I guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Nope. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. I could spray it and find out. His star! You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering. Okay. Look, a door. That must mean something. Okay, we already went over that. Okay. Ladder. Step ladder. Yeah, we already had that. Garage. Okay. Okay. Let's do a bit more spraying. So you sprayed the obvious spot. Okay. Oh, hold on. This blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? It's nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Okay. But whose blood? Okay. Alright, what have you got to say? You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel, too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Before long, they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. That's still my working theory. And you were let go, or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. You mean the one where evidence from that case was stuffed into the windpipe? Not windpipe, exhaust pipe. SL9. Wait, she doesn't mean... Okay. So, was this the photo in question? Might have been. Interestingly, no stirred barrels. This is from SL9. Specifically, it's the second piece of evidence from SL9. A shoe from the victim. Let's see. Lana's blood on the top. And then Goodman's blood on the bottom. And we got another photo. No, that's the layout. Well then, you wanted to talk about SL9, let's talk about SL9. Yep, wrong button. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Is this just the same thing? Yes. So have I unlocked another, No. Okay. So... here I can go to the detention center, prosecutor's office, police department. Let's go talk to, Lana. Assuming she's here. No. Hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in two places at the same time? Can you imagine? How is she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they had arrested a suspect in police department murder? Let's come back later. Wait, there's nothing to examine here. Alright. Criminal Affairs Department, huh? Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lodge. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department's crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead. doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know. The killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. That must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department? No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion. There's Badgie. So this is the police mascot, isn't it? The Blue Badger. The future star of the police force. Oh yeah, that's right. Badgie's from Star Trek Lower Decks. The design's a little changed from the one outside. Well, the Dancing Blue Badger trademark is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely. It's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then. You'll give her nightmares. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Okay. Poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Okay. Move to the... let's take a look at the police department entrance. Even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. It's like a kid in an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Look where? Okay, so here's the Blue Badger. The Blue Badger is still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Hold on. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you'd bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. What kind of world do you think we live in? Okay, Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Okay, can I spray? No, I guess this is just blood. And there's no blood on Badgie. No, the Blue Badger. It looks nothing like a badger. Okay. Look, that patrolman is shouting and saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. You idiot! What were you thinking? Where's your head? Sir, it's right here, sir. Guess he wasn't saluting. He was showing the detective where his head was. They make a good pair. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are... I think we already did that. Right, Panda. You know, I can see how they might have designed this to be easily swappable between a U.S. police car and a Japanese one. Okay. Let's move to the the guard station, I guess. Oh, no. It's where, what's his name lives. He's got a snare set up to catch anyone who comes out of that door. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? Sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Saloon doors. The swing door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through there, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yarg myself. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I think just one big one would be sufficient. Cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Oh no, we're getting an interpersonal conflict here. Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Cacti aren't that cold. It's like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Those don't look like uniforms to me. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. Leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? Punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. It's a poncho, Emma. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Rope. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. Trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Texas. Oh, he doesn't get a nameplate, huh? It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Okay, if we find someone who can access it. Red button. Okay. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. That's a keycard lock. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay. Shot glass. All right. Let's go find someone. Give permission. Criminal affairs? No. Okay. So let's head back to the prosecutor's office. Do you have anything else to say? No. Let's go visit Edgeworth. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Okay. Anything changed? Work desk. Key, chess. Nothing new here, it seems. Okay. Body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in the Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Gratitude? Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon handy ready? Hmm. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? You found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Be infused with steam. Yes. Nope. I wish these generic responses were not so long. Nope. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. No, you couldn't have. The angle's completely wrong. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fences in an effort to stop the murderer. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time. Okay. Now I can talk about SL9 for some reason. That's it. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. With him. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself, and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over. He was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. Haven't forgotten SL9. It was another side of that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his? Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Alright. To the police department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now is no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, right? Police department evidence room, right, pal? Yes, but you're supposed to be keeping quiet on that. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Okay. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Okay. To the evidence. The guard room first. Let me guess. Marshall was arrested. Let's check criminal affairs real quick. Nope. Nobody here but the chief and the novelist. Okay, to the detention center. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? They caught the person that they are inclined to think stabbed Goodman. Yeah, I guess they did. That's not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, is it Meekums? Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? You're the suspect. Wait, he isn't... Is he? You... Officer Meekins, you didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. No, I can't examine Meekins. Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you just fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and when I went to the evidence room, sir, the guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So, normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because of the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer, was none other than Mr. Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person! Yow! What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. So you became a newspaper? And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. What? How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. So his left hand, her right. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. So, Goodman pointed the knife at you. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. I mean, that's not what he said. He didn't necessarily say that Mr. Goodwin's body had disappeared. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. You have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir. Then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. Yeah, you do look like a traffic cop. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Tell me about this. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card! That card was the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir! That's exactly it! Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. It's pretty general. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Okay, first... Sir Meekins, this is for you. Eek! I'm scared of knives, sir. So, he's probably not the perpetrator then. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. Second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? Sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. You're a traffic officer. You don't know what a parking stub is? Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir? He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Okay. Yep. Okay, knives again. Yep. Hey, what do you have that? That's from the day he was taken to the prosecutor's office. The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man, innocent. If this is a dream, sir, then I hope I never wake up. If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. Alright, tell me about the crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little patrolman. A lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was who was in the evidence room. Okay. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I woke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, who he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime. My crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. You waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. Really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. All right. Oh, I just noticed he's doing the same salute in his ID photo. All right, back to Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detective's desk. Relief Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief Detective looks a little flustered. Aha! Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh ho ho, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Alright. Why does everything about this guy scream Catholic priest instead of police chief? Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? You know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Nobody expects the police inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. The cross tie with the weird symbol, and the black shirt underneath, and the sort of organ-type music whenever he shows up. Something about the glasses, too. Not the color, but just the style. Well, wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. There being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. Talk to the prosecutors easily enough. And there's particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate, most of all, is hiding stuff. Secrets! Can't stand them. But, you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' trap shut. Are you giving me, a lead? He was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was he wanted the chief detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. Busy one. Guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. No, okay. Back. Not that. Alright. To the entrance. And to the guard station. Still nobody here. Let's see. Ooh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21. Better make a note of that just in case. Alright. Should really get back to the investigating the police department crime scene. There's nobody to let me in. I know, the killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. Not writing a report, he's writing a novel. Alright. Lost item report. Grade 21. Lost the same day. Name Bruce Goodman. ID 5. Then not. So I think his ID starts with 5-8. Nice. Is that just a crossed out scribble or something else? Actually, hold on. 5842. Okay. The chief of police, not the chief of detectives. Why would lost item reports only be submittable to the chief of police? Still nobody here. You'll give that to Jake like I asked, won't you? I can find him. You and Officer Marshall, you, are you... Okay, we already went through this. Okay. So, lost item report from the day. Wasn't Gumshoe going to the detective's detention center? Oh, permission to enter. Did I have that before? Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Nope, you're doing the staring thing again. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can you borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So, go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out! Just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Okay. So he's gone now. Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy? Yes, sir. Because, sir, we are going to get into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. So... wait, hold on. Guard station. Alright. Hold on. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader's turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's skies so gray? Don't put the question marks. We all know who it is. Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little dogies. The crime scene's awaiting. So the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy, then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. What, leaving flammable seeds everywhere? Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter, I say a little prayer. What was that all about, Mr. Wright? He's hungry. I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking this investigation pronto. Anything else about this? No. It sounds less like his stomach and more like a squeaky door. Alright, fine. Oh, my mouth is watering. I almost hear the sound of the steak frying on the grill. Doubt it's all cold and tough by now. No, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Starr poured her heart into making this. As long as she didn't put any other organs in there. Lunchland. Let's see. Ingredients? Meat. I suppose that's better than, some of our pre-packed lunches here. He must mean beef. He probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used. Go to town. Huh? It says here, hours of sweat and labor. That's why the sauce is so salty. Okay. Here, I have a present for you, so I hit the present button. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, I'm a star. Well, what's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch? I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. All right, Bambina, you win. Anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. All right. Sheriffs back in the Wild West don't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither wild nor west here. Aha! Better that and this but that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so? Huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Nope. Alright, let's just talk for now. Talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. Easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy keeping his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be the rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it still smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. Days ago? Day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals, too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Do you like any vegetables with your steak? The easiest ones to understand here are these security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. Security guard, and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. The card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Alright. Mm-hmm. 4-9. Not 4-8. 4-9. Hmm. Actually, I think that is Goodman's. But hold on. Five, 9. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's someone I can prove this record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transfer thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in an underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. You do it every February. See now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. That happened to SL9 2 days ago. Okay. Let me show you this. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. Number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, now show us that ID card record again. Okay. Look, the fourth number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. When the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. You asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? It wasn't Goodman, it was someone else. What did you do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. He had his ID card, then. Why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. Okay. Got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Hmm. 4989596 was in twice, both before, and at the same time. So that was probably Meekins. And then we had 8730579, 10 minutes before Meekins. What was Meekins doing here? And then a bunch of 7s. Anything else you want to say about this? No. Okay, anything else you have to say? No. Alright. I turned on the card reader. Go and have yourself a ball, partners. I have the ID card. A real ID card. Get this investigation started already. Okay. Fishing rod. Actually, I wonder if that fishing rod is from the last case. Alright. Quiet. The investigation must be over here. This is the evidence room? Really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Hi, Gumshoe. Eek! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, that's true. So Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're the boss. You're a boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Alright. Floor plans for the evidence room. Alright, let's look around. Car door and handcuffs. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. The guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. Been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. What's this? Something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me to be out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence logger was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty and ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff around and notifies the detectives responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat, either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. Not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here. Okay, same with those. Sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving that case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Okay. That's the door we just came through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Okay. Oh yes, and floor plan. So this is an L shape. Doors here. Okay. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? You're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation, again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. My own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I'm a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? Trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. See. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Well, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. The only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Okay. The indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Okay, so we can move over here. Well, what's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use the testing fluid to check it out. Okay. A glove, huh? Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. It's evidence from the case, you know. SL911, huh? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove. So, wait a minute. Why is the glove on the crime scene tape? Wow, somebody must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? SL9 incident, pal. See that sticker on one of the pieces there? A piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, no. Alright. Let's see. All right. So the pieces are missing? Okay. Hold on. I didn't want to exit. Okay, it was, Dang it, I have to start all over. Which one was it? Controller for. I think I need to rotate it more than just. No, that doesn't make any difference. Alright, this one. One of the pieces with the handles, I'm pretty sure. Then, huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? But they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Okay. Unstable jar added to the court record. So... Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. You think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. The jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Let's see. It's hollow at the bottom. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Could be this side up. It would certainly be more stable if it's like this. Handles don't look quite right. Very strange device. put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. What is this salon paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. This is where you made Badgie, huh? True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? Where he's not likely to be judged, I presume. More paint there, interestingly. Look, this one's open, and a red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. There's a lot of blood over there. Get to that in a minute. I clicked out of the... Alright. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? Proves that something really happened in front of this locker. Make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. Okay. What? What's the matter, Detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? It's an important clue. Jot down the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Anywhere else? Not over there. Okay. SL 911. Another piece of evidence from that case. Never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words surround sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, wax, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? Okay. Anything else to say? No. I can present. Tell me about the Blue Badger. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? It was dancing proudly the day of the awards ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony, so they took the Blue Badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful! I toiled night and day! I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Is the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Take a look at this. This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came here at the time of the murder. Whoa! It was someone with Goodman's card, anyway. Well, what is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. Stop shaking my controller. What? Okay. How would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Okay, so we know him and him. So Miles was here about 35 minutes before the murder. Who's 498? You can open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. You can open it. They'll give you 50 cents. Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? And Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16. That's how old I am now. What happened? I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife. Well, wait, I didn't mean... sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. Well, I know at least 2 people who were part of SL9. I can show them the vase and the glove. Okay. Let's move to the guard station. So, do you have anything to say about who entered into this room? No. Well, here's some evidence. Nope. No. Let's see. No, nobody here to talk to. Let's go to the detention center. Let's see. Meekins, please verify if this is your number. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Okay. Okay, not helpful. What about you? It's weird that neither of these detectives involved in the case. No. Let's see if Edgeworth's in yet. Nope. You got anything to say? Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with that, that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in 2 places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? Okay. Not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Ideas. Or Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Was that business with him not reading that officer's report? Ah, about the killing at the police department, right. Chief of police was right about that. I can't help but think. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Yes, I had gotten that. Alright. Let's see if there's anything else that I'm missing in the evidence room, I guess. Alright, guard station. Move to the evidence room. You have anything else to say? Oh, you can talk about the SL9. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent. So it was a murder? Serial killing. Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. This was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. It's the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, that switchblade knife... The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Okay, so, if it was transfer day, that would explain how the locker was open. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because the SL9 connection? Yeah, we already did this. Alright. One glove. Dark gloves. Why the knife in particular? Does it have blood? Missing anything? So we already know about those. So 5-8 and 4-9, and then this missing item report is 5-9. So conceivably, someone might have been forging his forging this, and then written his own number by mistake. Hold on, I have a sample of Goodman's handwriting. Okay, specifically this. SL. Let's see. Yeah, this is right side up now. None of these are 5s, but let's look at the numbers. 2 and 1. S and L. No, not this. The 5 has a little stem. Also 221. Hmm. This looks like Bruce's handwriting. Like, this is written in numbers. The style of these is the same. Very simple. This is more elaborate. This part might have been written by somebody else. Also of note, these are quite dark. These are lighter, except here. You got nothing else to say. Okay, let's look at the computers. You sure have a lot of monitors in here. There's 8 cameras in the evidence room and all. 1 for each section. Which monitor shows the section where the crime took place? Why do cattle sit before the rains come? It's not for man to know. Unless you're the security guard responsible. Okay. This cactus sure is prickly. It must be real. Best keep your distance from Billy there. You're liable to get hurt. Billy. The cactus has a name? Billy, you're wearing your cowboy hat on your hand. Ah, my rawhide cow skin 10-gallon hand. I just picked that up, but Billy took a fancy to it. Looks like you got stuck on the spines and you couldn't get it off. Leather jacket, leather pants, and leather... Those aren't pants. Those are chaps. And that's a poncho up there. Aha! Poncho! Sure looks cool, but the name is a little silly. Skull. Look at this swinging door, just like a Wild West saloon. Ah, sorry, partner, but we're closed for the day. Huh? Y'all get along home now. Officer Marshall really wanted to be a Wild West bartender. I always wanted to say that. Alright. Oh yes, this. Look, on the floor, it's a lasso. Looks like it's set to trap something. I just roped me a steer with this here lasso. What? It was a bellowing moo, pal, moo. Detective Gumshoe, I presume. Oh, yes. He does say add pal to everything. What else am I missing? You can't open the lock because if your fingerprint doesn't match, you can open it. We'll give you 50 cents. Okay. So now that I've examined another thing there. Is there anywhere else to... Answer me. How many fingers do you see? I'm sorry, I don't know. Well, that's 20 for the left, but nowhere near that for the right. Get glasses, officer. That wasn't a salute, it was an eye test. Hi, Cobalt. What's this? Detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine right now. Okay, we've already been through that. Okay. Mexican food is good. I like some Mexican food when it's not too spicy. There's nobody here to ask for the ID numbers. Okay. Anything else to ask? No. Edgeworth back in his office? No. I'm going to spray Edgeworth's office for blood. I don't expect to find any blood, but he's going to come home and find residue all over his chess set. And his chair, and his desk, and his steel samurai figurine, and his prize coat. Oh, you overate, drank, got sick in the parking lot? Yeah, that does not sound fun. Wait, what? What? Looks like some blood has dripped down here. Judging by the amount, my guess is it's from a nosebleed. Nosebleed, Maybe in his wrath? Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone on their incompetence. Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? You have anything else to say? No. And you won't talk about any of this evidence or the IDs list. Actually, have I tried the IDs list on her yet? No, she's just babbling about tea. So, you know there's blood there. A little bit of blood there. None in the car, oddly. Victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. Apartment block A. B block. Oh, you're gonna try climbing over? Eek! It's okay, don't cry. There's a Lunchland Olympics team. Okay, so... 9 feet high. So Emma tried to climb that fence and failed. Okay. Now, still, go to the evidence room. Okay. There's something I'm missing in the evidence room. I haven't sprayed the guard station, have I? Spray. Music feels oddly chill for an investigation of this type. The game in this music can be kind of weird, yes. Okay. Yep. Someone hurt their hand. Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right into these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Need some evidence to get anywhere. What about this? No. Do I remember what stream made Cobalt show up for the first time? Yes, that was Aviary Attorney. At least I'm pretty sure it was Aviary Attorney. That's the first time I remember you. Let's see. Yes. You know, I got copyright flags on the music in that game. Even though, you know, it's public domain classical music, part of a video game soundtrack. And I'm pretty sure it was claimed by an entity completely unrelated to the video game. I appealed. They refused. Because the YouTube copyright system is broken. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is... Okay, we already went through this. Shut up, because you were the second... I was the second person he ever saw play the game and subscribe because of the machinima. Someday I'll release another episode of the machinima. I was on track, but then I got sick. So sick that I broke 2 ribs. And that threw everything off. I need to get back into it. So you said this is Miles' number. You're also sick but very mild? Good. Hopefully you won't break 2 ribs. Mr. Edgeworth was here on that day. Glove. Have I examined the glove? I think I have. Been able to breathe through your nose the whole time? Okay, that's good. That means it is mild. Someone used Bruce Goodman's ID. 514. Who is 498, etc.? Why do they come in twice in such quick succession? You know, since this game was originally released in Japan, and they used the metric system, over in Japan is his name Kilometers Edgeworth? Ugh. Boo. But that's what you come here for, surely, is my puns. Game for the Avali. Been a while since those were around. Let's see. Ah, wait, okay. So this was a handle. It might have been a handle here. It was probably this way up. But why was it hollow? Why is the brake so clean? Was the machine popular before or after Volley became popular in the furry fandom? I don't know. I'm not actually part of the furry fandom. I'm not a furry. I only found them from Starbound, and I was trolling through the list of like, I had the idea to make a machinima where you had machinima me with an in-game partner, and I was trying to decide what species the partner should be. And I went through a bunch of lists, and I found out that the Vali don't get along with humans. So I thought, okay, there's potential with that. So the machinima came out in 2015, if that gives you any information. If I was to guess, the Avali popularity took off after VR chat, which, you know, was probably well after 2015. Okay, hold on. I was thinking maybe someone was hit on the head with this. But, no, this was a murder weapon. It's a stabbing. So what's this? What's the blood here? It was there, right at the scene of the murder. And the pattern indicates that the blood spatter is from when the vase was intact, not after it was broken. Trace of the victim's blood, no prints. Well, there was a glove here. Did I already show you this? Things, cards, and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you won't always lose your card. I always forget my secret number, too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Keep thinking that a handprint's going to be important. Can I look at the system? No. Apparently not. Anything else to say? No. This art style and music reminds me of some old Flash escape games. Kind of the same era, I think. Okay. Where should I go next? Edgeworth is still not in his office. Nobody at the criminal affairs office. Meekins is no help. And if Meekins went in the room, wouldn't his ID number show up on the thing, and wouldn't he recognize it? I've noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things. What is this, a behavioral study of lawyers? This stuff is pretty expensive. Don't say. How much does it cost? I'd say about $10 per gram. I save up my allowance to buy it. Your Allowance? Does your sister give you that? Yes, we don't have parents. Right. Sometimes she even gives me a bottle instead of my allowance. A bottle of luminol testing fluid? Man, I just take the allowance myself. Let's see. Anything else I can show you that I haven't already? No. Think about this. The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on the note, Goodman was the head detective. We already know that. That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over yet. Yes. Door. Just out of curiosity. Nope. Not terribly surprising. You've already told me everything you wanted to. None of these elicited any reaction. Have I tried this? Want to talk to Mr. Edgeworth? He's not available. Already did those guys. Wanted posters. Crime fighting campaign. What am I missing here? That is rather hastily tucked in, apparently. It would have had to happen not long before the murder because there was a lot of traffic in and out of the room that day. Already identified those and those. Did that. We know that that's Gumshoe's locker. This is where the Blue Badger was made. Okay, I'm stuck. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. Gumshoe? Yes. What did I say? Gumshoe Gooper? I don't know. Gumshoe is a pretty standard old word for a detective. Let's see. Yeah, if you've ever watched Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, the contestants are called Gumshoes. Spray the locker, the white item hanging from it, the actual locker, not the item. Didn't I just do that? Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? It's an old 80s and 90s, basically a trivia show for kids about world geography. Oh, okay, somehow I missed that. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. It just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where do you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Hey, pal, look at the time. Is there something you need to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report of the day. Report for the day. What? It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. I swear I looked over that locker with the luminol several times. Okay. You have anything else to say? No. Alright, to the entrance, and thence to the underground parking lot, and thence to the prosecutor's office. Oh, it's you again. Ah, guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. Has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. That's French, huh? I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing's really taking a toll on him. Okay. Couch. Alright, Miles. How'd the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there's some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Police department? Yes, any further investigation of this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Alright, tell me about your entry into the evidence room. Oh, right, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Well, why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. Alright, see you, Cobalt. I was asked to go, by Police Chief Gant, no less. Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. AI-16. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence screwdriver added to the court record. Alright. Stubborn, as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe I'll just show him my best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. Let's see. AI-16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows, this might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Screwdriver. Wait, hold on. He recognized it. It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay. So we recognize the switchblade. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? Okay. And what about... What about this? No. Okay, tell me about the allegations of forgery. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Oh, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why I was a deputy chief of police on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science... Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. Been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. I'm not giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well. Okay. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. You seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Alright. Let's give this a try. No, I can't do it here, I guess. Alright. Back to the underground parking lot. Let's see. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't work. There were bloodstains there. Okay. Let's move back to the police department entrance. Handprint there. I use the... No. Okay. Guard station. And, Marshall's not here. The evidence room. Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, and there's blood in the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest imprint. Can't really tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Let's try the thumb. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. I'm gonna guess that this was a thing on the DS where you blew into the microphone. Wow, that looks like fun. Imagine it might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. These are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. So I better give it a try. Okay. Alright. Just... So far, there's no actual print here. Aha! You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Which means it was a glove mark, perhaps. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Look at the locker door again closely. There's that. Alright. Thrilling gameplay here. I suppose it was more interesting when it was interactive. Okay, that looks like a fingerprint. Yay, your print's so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. Not done yet? This is quite a process. There's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. Point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find in this evidence locker? Okay. Probably... Gumshoe. Yeah, it's got that little swirl in the middle. I guess you have a limited number of, guesses. Okay, we have Gant's, fingerprints. Mike Meekins. Alright. Yep, that's... Match found. So that's, Gumshoe. Ha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there's one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Okay. Slide. And... let's see. Well, we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Yes, check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. You said the probability for your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try and find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Okay. Let's see. Handle. Nothing is standing out. Hmm. About in here. Wish I could look down slightly. Wait a minute, this is a partial print, which means... Well, I guess those were parts that were wiped away. The fact that this is still here... The one left by the bloody hand. Well, there's this. I'm not getting an interaction option on the handle. Okay. Hold on. What are we... Oh, here. Okay. Okay. All right. Gant. Not Meekins. Marshall. This is Jake's locker. Or at least Jake's handprint. So... Jake said he wasn't here. But we have a bloody handprint. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Okay. That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved with the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. Now, admittedly, he is shaving himself with a knife. He might have cut himself, so this might be unrelated. We have a lot of people cutting themselves on knives recently. In this case. Why would Officer Marshall... Looks like your investigation's finally turning up some results. Guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. Okay. Save. All right. Time for the next bit of court, but first I need to take a bio break. I will be right back. Okay, I return. It is now February 24th at 9:41 p.m. Time to go back in court. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? As Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But, Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Alright, 10 a.m. It's time for this idiot judge. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police departments from the prosecutor's office. If the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time... Well, that's not physically possible, is it? Actually, hold on. Let me check the timing. Let's see. So... So, Goodman, 30 minutes before would have been 4:45. Hold on. Died between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Okay, so could have been murdered as early as... Okay, by any of these, including lucky number 7 here. Well, that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. That's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness the date of the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Ooh, boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Meekins. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Hold on. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. See. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I need here is more info to work with. Crime reports, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Okay, tell me more. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. Guarding the Blue Badger? Blue Badger? Yes, sir. That lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. There's that. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. Actually, hold on, go back. Okay, tell me more. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here, right around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! The one on the right. This is the right one here. Will you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. See. Huh? The number of... okay, here's twice. It's shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger into the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. Okay. I see. So it was during that second time when... yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay. So there was a 25-minute period. But crucially, you don't need to check in when you leave the evidence room. So if someone went in there and stayed in there... so we know who entered, but not who left, or when. Okay. Alright, suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. If you had just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. Must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then... Hold on. That looks like a white coat. Then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. Quoting the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe now we have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Objection! What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. It's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. But communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Do not see the face. That handprint was there already. Okay, something fell out. Okay, so we don't actually see the killing blow. Or any body. We also don't see anyone go past the camera again. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It is the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Okay. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. All right. Notably, the the blood stain that we saw is in the same position as the photo of Miss Sky. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can be opened only by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Alright. Alright, tell me more. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are a person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'll bet my badge on it. There's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Eek! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please, be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. Claim the man who brandished the knife on you was Detective Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to registered fingerprints, and he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this, too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Romantic troubles? Are you involved with the lunch lady? For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. The victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Glove. Hold on. Wait, the light's on. That locker's already open. Also, he's wearing gloves. Or, I'm beginning to suspect, she is wearing gloves. And that glove fell out. That's what fell out. Conveniently hidden by the flag. Yes, there's a problem with the footage. There's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You want me to point it out? Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further investigate this piece of evidence. We will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Okay. Right here. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, did you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab a handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yes. I've seen the footage. When the victim reached for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientifically Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor, say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. The glove falling out? Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Okay. Okay, so the glove fell out immediately, which means that he was being held in place by the door. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Yes, yes. How many times am I gonna have to watch this? What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But, sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Ugh. Yes, we've seen. Also, the thing that stuck out, was sticking out of the locker room when we went there, is not currently present. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. Well, the object would have to be extremely thin to fit into the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator for the crime scene. It just might have been something that fits the description. But, sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? It's got to be the glove. It looks like a glove. Yeah, extremely thin rubber glove. I found this near the locker. Thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It's SL9 evidence. It has a tag on it that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order! So are we to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you meant that, sir. Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID card used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. I see. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let's move on to the cross-examination. Okay, tell me more. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. Also, notably, that tells us that Meekins is probably left-handed. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. That card hanging from your neck, one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. There's a record of it, okay? Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. Detective Goodman? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Stare at him. You got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. Not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. Thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show him what we got. All right. Okay, at the time of the crime, the detective used his ID card, but his ID card was in the parking garage. Objection! Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodwin was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. You know, if I recall correctly, let's see. Mr. Marshall has sideburns like that. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Also, nobody got a clear look at it. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well, it seems you've finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So, real crime could only have taken place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. But we found evidence... Okay, actually, we found Meekins' blood, most likely. But we also found bloody handprints belonging to Marshall. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I wouldn't exactly call her trustworthy. Knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Let's see. Object, obviously. Print had been wiped. There's the other bloody handprint. Alright, this was the... No, this was the one where we found Marshall. This shoe has Goodman and Skye. Okay. Going to eject. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. security video did not show the actual murder. In other words, it could have taken place before. Wait, hold on. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Hold on, let me see that again. Okay. Okay, leftmost locker. There's nothing sticking out. But at the end of the shot, there is. And the only one who could have opened that locker is Marshall. Okay, still nothing. Turn back. Could be hiding behind the blue badger. Yep, now that's sticking out. Okay. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination of the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Well, it's Marshall, of course. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take the 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. All right. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. Seems you have figured out everything out. Haven't figured out anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Come on. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Yes, as a matter of fact, you are. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. But I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files. I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. The Sky was a witness? The Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark, so like coffee? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with the serial murders. Oh, what? Now I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... Parents. That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Now to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Okay. Right. SL9, closed, perpetrator Joe Dark, serial murderer, sentenced death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall! Witnesses Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Okay, so they were both witnesses. Executive investigators Damon Gant, Lana Sky, who are an investigator and a witness. Head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. Two marshals. Okay. To be continued. Okay, yes, save progress. Trial ladder. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Marshall. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Got long hair, interestingly. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. Okay, actually, we can't see if he has sideburns or not. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Alright. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I particularly care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? Not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Day of the crime. Okay, keep an eye on that bone orchard. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. Who interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Which means that you could have erased things that happened before. So you control what's erased. Nothing unusual is recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. The guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. So where did your bloody handprint come from? There's a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. Happened in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that, too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Oh, yes it is. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. You were a spaghetti western, huh? Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Mongole sepia pasta. Sepia? You mean to tell us you abandon your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. Strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Okay. Tell me more. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting for me to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Alright. Bone Orchard. So you made your rounds on the day of the crime. Didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. Okay. Happened in that crypt in weeks. Okay, hold on. Alright, present the... This is the right one, right? Yes, that's on the locker. Okay, explain this. This evidence... What? Really? Really? What? 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 That doesn't... this game. Street side saloon on the time it went down. Okay. Well, we have also seen that his locker was open. Of course, we have not established yet that it's his locker. Okay. Okay. Since I'm back to basically guess the verb, but for point and click. Okay. Let's try the handprint here. No, I want to present it. Objection! There we go. It would have made just as much sense where I did it, but whatever. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind of that scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Objection! I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Spurs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Good night. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Alright. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How exactly did you know that? See, I had nothing to do with it. Witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Blood-stained fingerprints. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. Okay, and we saw it open. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. Let's see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. Must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. One of them just happened to be at the same place the bloodstained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murderer. Right. Although they seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. Oh, yes. I know exactly what's going on. Also, the localization team forgot to localize the videotape. That's Japanese writing there. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. But your trail is in there. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Okay. Too bad it wasn't me in the video. Yeah, I can't let him squirm out of this one. I gotta find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Okay. Are completely unrelated, are they? All right. Okay. Placed in the evidence room. Objection! This evidence clip, really? Ugh. Okay, fine. Too bad it wasn't me in that videotape. Okay, fine. First, press. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. Ah, okay. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Yes, I can show evidence. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Again. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Okay. Fast forward. And there. Right here. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! It would seem that that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? Doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. I mean, I can, gesture to... Okay, hold on. This is a weird... Okay, I can't save. Fine. But we do know... Right here. Oh wait, I need to present it. A fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. And jerky. He's losing a fight with the jerky, which is not surprising considering it seems to be magically healing. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Right there. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his cards, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. You have, twice now. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Actually, hold on. Do I? Enter, check. There's no fast forward here. Let's see the knife. That is a straight blade, not the sort of Bowie knife that he's got. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in the disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. It means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so the video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Well, there was the trench coat, which is now covered in blood. Okay, right now we cannot see what's in the locker. Now we can see that there's nothing in the locker. Okay. Rewind. Pause. Because he was putting away a bloody trench coat. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman. And you went to the evidence room, although I don't know to what end, yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, pardner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out, managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, Then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. Way too much blood for such a small donation. Couldn't just stand by and let it die. Okay. When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner. Yes, a line incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. He wasn't in charge of that investigation. But... Neil Marshall was the last victim. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why. Then Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot. What were you doing in the prosecutor's parking lot? ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. You could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. Oh, I don't think it just happened to get stuck in the door. It means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before the Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, your bloodied coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. At 5:15, mind you. But the blood from the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. So wait a minute. What was with the vase? Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. But salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Why? That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Okay. Yes. Yes, I know why. Because... Objection! Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Yes, I can see the resemblance, although he seems significantly more Japanese. One second. I don't need Facebook notifications right now. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
Objection!
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there was only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely uncontestable. Really? She was incredibly unreliable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case. Seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. No doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. I mean, the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh, boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. Still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. We needed to concentrate, it's now. Okay, what could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? So, it was right behind, the Blue Badger. So he couldn't have seen it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there at the time of the crime. I object? Objection! His handprint left the crime scene. Clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on here? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here. There's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Badgie? What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of the truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? There's not enough room for the hand to get behind him and leave the handprint. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? What are you freaking out about? So that means, just exactly what does it mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badge to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. That must mean this blood mark was left here before the Blue Badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. Really? You let so much balderdash through your courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor. It's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, the blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Objection! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Objection. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. Objection. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, the proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Well, there's the bloody vase. I save? No. Give it a try. This is the proof. It is quite simple, you see. If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong. Huh? If huh was an acceptable excuse, we wouldn't need police. First crime took place before the Blue Badger was brought to the room, right? Say, when was the Blue Badger brought here, anyway? Don't we have a chart listing a bunch of times or something? Okay, fine. Alright. Check. Alright, so we have Edgeworth, Meekins, Goodman, Meekins again. We also have 20 minutes after 4, which is unaccounted for. Alright, fine. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. I don't... fine. Okay. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. ID card. Oh! The ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into this evidence room at... Let's see here. 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Or 4:20 p.m. Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. How it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. Clear from the luminol test, the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Is 7777 standard? Only one other card remaining. Talk about a lucky number. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777, 7777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number this is. This 7777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Objection! But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. An official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, with the defendant standing over there. Your own little executive. Lana. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 777-7777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. Cell 9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat the question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt that some powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. The vase. Oh, that was 10 minutes ago. Yes, save progress. Okay. All right, so we've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I'm going to read this next bit of text, and then we'll wrap up for that. Oh, 11:44 p.m. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. Sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. It's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? Well, on the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. That means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Didn't see that one coming. Okay. We'll worry about that next time. Ugh. Okay, so... For now, we've been going for a very long time. Oh wow. Let's talk schedule. So, Sunday at 4 p.m. Easter, as luck would have it, Shifty and I will be playing more Total War Warhammer 3. I continue to oscillate between the north and south, trying to find some way to get my armies this shifty. We'll see how that goes. I think I finally learned how to actually use Empire armies. It's gonna require rebuilding said armies, but I've been studying, so maybe I can actually win some battles on the ground this time around. Anyway, so Sunday, 4 p.m. Mountain Time. And then Friday, 1 week from now, at 7-ish p.m. Mountain Time, there'll be more of this. So, until then, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!